on the alt account. Last night on my main account, I got Serpent Spine for Fermion. So we're gonna accomplish that. And it's already built. I already built it all the way. I don't know why I went there. I wanted to go to the shop and see if it had reset. Okay, it has. And these reset tomorrow at 7, I guess. I need to remember to do this. I probably won't do it on stream though, because it's not, it's really not the height of entertainment. I'll have to see if that's playable on this account. Hoping to make it to Ina's Zone today, but I just remembered
Ad Astra Abyss.
Quest, so I'm gonna guess we won't make it. super great to come up on. I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's gonna make it up.
Jade Chamber!
It is the Jade Chamber. It's weird to see the original Jade Chamber. I mean, they don't really look that different, let's be honest, but yeah, we made it.
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is.
I'm doing good. Kind of stressed. I have a bunch of assignments that I have this week, but I'm kind of putting it off. So, not really. I've got them split up, so I did the assignments I needed to do today, and then I have one that I need to do tomorrow, and then one, like I have it, you know, I'm gonna do this assignment this day and this assignment this day.
Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
I went grocery shopping today. What I did with my life.
Hey, look! There's some sort of mechanism. Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber. Yes, this must be the way.
Oh no, that's a lot of exams.
here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go. Huh? Why? Or... Oh, Paimon gets it. If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? All right, let's follow your plan. Then we can... Oh, hang on a moment. Look down there. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista?
That's a really bad idea. Also, wouldn't that be seen as like an act of war? No, I wish you luck on Eula. I was talking to my friend about it the other night, but I'm not quite sure I understand. Maybe I was talking about it on stream, but I'm not sure I understand what they're doing with the whole Chronicled Wish, like why they don't have it running the whole time. But I have some wishes on my main account for Kazuha. I don't know what to do with this account, like, because I don't want to wish for Newlet, because I have Newlet on my main account. I guess I could get Kazuha, and it'd be fine on this account. But then I feel like if I get him on my main account, then it's like I won't want to play on him here. But then I don't really need either of the weapons. I don't know. But I feel like also if I don't win the 50-50 and I don't get Kazuha on the initial thing on my main account, then I'll want to play on that a bunch to get Primo Gems. So maybe it'll all be fine.
Oh, right. This method does seem a bit unsafe. Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
This just seems like a really bad idea.
A reward on the road.
It seems like we're threatening. Like, this is gonna look very threatening. That's all I'm gonna say.
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this?
I mean, we're not actually invited guests to this area.
No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millelith ambush here to arrest us. Now Paimon's mad! You! Over there! This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless!
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come! Line them up and knock them...
I will be crossing my fingers.
I'll protect us.
Shadow Raven! Let night fall!
Useless!
Windblade!
Who goes there? Take the target alive!
Ready, steady, go!
Prepare to be blown away!
But not too far. If you're gonna get blown away, I need you to die. Not fall off this thing.
Two arms! Take the target alive!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
They're beating up Barbara.
Disappear! Worthless! Here!
Attack! Wasted.
After
Stop! What's all this about?
wish.
Lady
What?
Keqing, these two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong Ballista.
Who are you calling strange?
You want to go to the Jade Chamber? Who are you?
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue Qixing. Who are you?
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Qixing.
Oh, that's not good. No. Oh no. I'm not. That sounds bad. I think we've all had that feeling before.
Who?
I'm Keqing, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains.
Who did you get instead of Ningguang? Or instead of Eula? Was it Ningguang? 17 hours of banners. There's no way. Oh, okay, you're on wish number 51. I misread that. I was like, oh god. Yeah, I don't. Unless you like haven't done the fighting event that's ending today. You got Albedo? I kind of want Albedo. But like, I don't need him. He wouldn't really do anything for me. I might wish for him on this account. Because I kind of just want him. In the same way that I want Alhaitham on my screen, I would like Albedo on my screen. Two of them. Jean. I'd like to see a Jean, but I prefer to see a Jean on my main account. And Clorinde. But she's not like evading me. She just hasn't run yet.
Wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either.
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair, and yet it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate that occurrence. These Millelith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
So this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought.
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery, even to the Qixing.
That was... Eh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us to go to the Jade Chamber?
Just call me Keqing. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liyue as well.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
I mean, I feel like people who use the term sanctimonious arrogance are, perhaps a little sanctimoniously arrogant as well.
Huh?
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Now look, I get what she's saying, and I totally get it. But also, like, bestie, you can't kill a god. Like Zhongli, specifically. Like, I'm not saying you can't kill any god, because obviously, like, we go on to kill Osile. But I'm just gonna put it straight up, I don't think they're capable of killing one of the 7. I'm just gonna say, I just don't really think there's any humans currently in game that I'm like, they could take down the 7. One of the 7. No, I'm not saying there's like non-human creatures. Like, I think Neuvillette could take down, I don't know about Zhongli, but I think he could have take down some of the other less powerful 7. But I just gotta say it, I don't think that there are any humans who could do it. I don't think, I'm sorry, I don't think they're underestimating you. In my respectful opinion, agree to disagree.
Well, you've got a point there. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods or the Adepti.
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone, and Ningguang does not share it. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly.
Well, like I said, I think they're capable of killing, I think there are humans that are capable of killing, like, gods. I just think, I don't think there's a human capable enough of killing a god as powerful as Morax was at this point in the game. Like, I think, you know, once Zhongli's all retired and stuff, I guess it's possible. But, you know, like I said, Osile's wife, some of your lesser gods, it seems obvious that humans have taken them down. I personally don't think, humans could have killed Morax. I mean, I very much know he's not dead. Yeah. I mean, and it kind of depends on, like, the side quests you choose to do and stuff, but, like, this doesn't really spoil much, but it's very clear that the 7 are, because the 7 current gods, because some of them survived the Archon War and won, but also in general because they have, like, the Gnosis and the power from Celestia. I think they're definitely on a different level than, like, your average god. Like, gods used to be, if you look at the history and the lore of Liyue, gods used to be running around all the time. And they're all gone now because Morax or other gods killed them. And so, well, I get what she's saying, and I get this whole thing of it's, you know, the Adepti underestimate, like, mortals. I also kind of disagree in this very specific situation of Morax's death, because Morax is basically, canon-wise, the strongest of them. That might change when they introduce Notlin and the War God there. But as of current lore, he is supposed to be the strongest, and so I don't think it's that odd. I wouldn't call it arrogance on the part of the Adepti that they don't think the humans could have killed Morax. I think it'd be arrogant if it was like some other random god, like Osile that they eventually defeat, or Osile's wife Basht. I just think in this specific situation.
How surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
Another super bold statement.
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, Traveler. You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year. The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang.
Favor? Wait, that's right! Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor or anything, just to respect Liyue's culture.
Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first.
I mean, I get that it's, like, important to culture, but we haven't exactly been treated well.
You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion. Well then, may we meet again, Traveler.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person. So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime! Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang.
I was gonna say, I don't think I spoiled anything. But some of it's so hard to, like, know. Obviously, I understand it's a joke, but sometimes it's so hard to know if you've spoiled stuff when you've played the game for so long, because it's like... Well, and especially because there's so many side quests and stuff, it's like... You could spoil the game just by talking about, like, one specific little side quest, and it'd be, like, some huge spoiler for everything.
Why don't we go with that for a gift? With a certain boom shakalaka, of course. Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
Say, you've said you're okay with spoilers. How do we feel about leaks? Because I am not a Hoyoverse content creator, so I'm not beholden to rules about looking at leaks. And talking about them in my content.
Ooh, look at that slime. It looks crystal clear and very delicious. That's the one.
Okay, because I've been talking about who I was going to wish for next round. I'd been looking at leaks for...
Huh? Is it just Paimon? Or is there a sweet fragrance in the air?
About who's running next round. Now, the first half is supposed to be Arlecchino and Lenny. And I'm definitely not going to wish for Lenny because he is one of my mains on my main account. But... And then the second half is Baizhu and Wanderer, and I have Wanderer on my main account. I'm not really interested in Baizhu. Obviously, this could kind of change. But I was wondering how would we feel if I went for Arlecchino on my alt, because I'm not going for her on my main. Don't have that in me.
Huh? Did you hear that? It seemed like it came from those ruins over there. Uh-oh. It looks like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
I've also been looking at the events. There's another goddamn Aratagi Ito quest event. Like, look, I get it. His VA is great, and he's really easy to put into events because, like, he's kind of a himbo, and it adds to a lot of humorous situations. But this man has been on my screen too much. Like I said, he's a fun character, but I don't really care about him. And the more events that they push out with him, the less I care about.
There's no end to this.
By royal decree.
The hunter.
Okay. Ito is this Geo Claymore guy. And he is in no way involved with pretty much any of the main quest. Except for... I don't think it's required anymore. But he was part of a chasm quest. But I don't think it's required anymore. So he has no bearing on the main story. And, like, his actual story quest, I don't know if you've done it yet. So I won't... This isn't, like, major spoilers, but his actual story quest, like, yeah, has him kind of being a silly, goofy guy. But there's also, like, kind of some serious side of him and, like, his character. And it's the same in this chasm quest. But they put him in events, and because he's so easy to just be like, haha, funny guy, he's not very smart, he make funny, they just put him at every event. Just recently, though, like, the 3.0 through 3.8 updates, he was in a beetle fighting event. And I think that was it. But for some reason, this last, like, this round of Fontaine updates, he's just been in everything. Like I said, he's funny, but, like, I don't need another event with him when there's characters that they haven't had in an event in, like, over a year. And this was especially upsetting to several people in the community because the event in question, it's not like he's just some side character in these events. He always takes kind of a main stage role. and even if he is a side character, he always has the most lines out of all the side characters. But B, this event is this leaked event that at this point we're close enough, I'm pretty sure it's real, is in Inazuma, and like there are other Inazuma characters who have not been in an event in over a year, and yet they're including him in this event. And then it kind of ruins the other characters around him, because like if he's in an event, then Kuki Shinobu is also an event, and her character has really, because of these events, just been reduced to the lady who runs around with Arataki Ito and babysits him. And so then you're already kind of ruining his character, and then you're ruining her character. And again, there are just other characters that I want to see in events. I don't want every update to be like, okay, and here's Arataki Ito on my screen again. Sorry, that was my rant.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders, when their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
And I feel bad because his voice... Sorry, I keep going on this rant. I feel bad because his voice actor is very talented and clearly very, very funny. But it's slowly lost its charm. Because someone in... Because I was looking at the leaks on Reddit this morning to, like, as we've gotten closer. And someone pointed out that, like, by the time we get to Snezhnaya, it's starting to feel like we'll just get some random event where he shows up at Snezhnaya and knocks over a vase, and that's, like, the premise of the event. Like I said, the general consensus on him in this recent run of events is he's a crutch character, and there's a lot of discussions when it comes to characters about character development. There are some characters that get a lot of character development, like Furina, like I feel like Venti's not necessarily got development, but he's got lore. Like, there's characters that have clearly gotten development, but then there's characters that don't. Like, one of the complaints, and this is again in regards to this leaked event, is the Raiden Shogun tends to show up in events for like 10 seconds just to be there, and then she like leaves because she's not used to being around people, and that's the whole shtick. But like, it's been 2 years and they still haven't, you know, these events could be good ways to be like, okay, and the Raiden Shogun is slowly learning how to be around people, but instead they really are kind of lazy and stick to it. And some of it's because we have, you know, the characters that we wish for on our team, it's a little harder to have them develop. And then even great like one of Hoyover's best written characters, Kazuha, all of his development is before we meet him. It's before the game starts. His whole story is before the game starts, and that's why he's a good character, is because he's already fully developed. And so it's lazy writing, because while they're really good about like world development and stuff, they're just not... I think they just don't want the characters to change. And so they don't. And I get some of why they don't want them to change, because these are characters that we'll permanently have on our team. It's hard to like have them change, but yeah. And I'm sure some of it is also like, some of it with the events specifically is probably also down to who can you get to, who's available to voice act for you, and clearly at least some of the Ito voice actors have a lot of time on their hands. I don't know. But no, that's one of Genshin's biggest problems is they're really good at world development. And they're even good at development of like NPC character. Like there's NPCs that have good character development. But when it comes to playable characters, they just can't find a good happy medium. Oh my gosh, it's close to 2 a.m. Go to bed.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to thank us all at once or anything.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both. Don't say that. I only escaped this predicament because of you. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing Jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques. I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me.
Alright, have a good night. Have a good lurk. I'll be back on Wednesday. I haven't decided. I've been really inspired to play on my alt account. I haven't decided if I'm gonna play Assassin's Creed or not. Genshin takes slightly less thought to play.
Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name it. Well, as long as you want what I have to offer, of course.
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking for something.
Oh? And what might that be?
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations.
Alright, well, I'll see you next time that I'm on.
Now just give me a moment, and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
Great! Paimon Sugar Frosted Slime now comes in a beautiful package.
Where are those stupid... Now I've got to think of things to talk about so that the stream is not silent. I feel like I should get like a list of prompts to discuss. I don't know how we would feel about that.
Hey there! A guy called Meng Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Meng already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Meng. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been cleaned. Will it do?
Sorry, I'm trying to find a random. Here we go. A random question generator. Okay. Random question generator. Question number 1. The ugliest animal.
Yep. It's great. Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
Sure, please help yourselves. As long as it's on our shelves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome.
Why do we need a clay pot? I don't remember the clay pot.
If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack.
That sounds like a really bad idea.
It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powdered sugar.
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations, too.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful! Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
Ugliest animals. Oh my gosh, there's those monkeys with the big nose, proboscis monkeys. Those things are really ugly. I like to go to zoos. I used to be really into animal photography. And obviously, like, a lot of zoos have them. I don't know if they're just very common. And gosh, they're ugly. I can assure you I have no photography of them. Seals are actually kind of ugly. Sea lions are not.
According to Keqing, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you two the guests that Lady Ningguang has arranged to meet with today?
I mean, that is why we're here.
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guests, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
I mean, that's Keqing's fault. But no, some seals are really, really ugly too. Again, it's a nose thing. I think animals with, like, particularly big noses have a tendency to be ugly.
I've been waiting
the
for
nose,
you,
like,
returnee from
hangs down.
Jueyun Karst.
I mean, I assume you know my name.
It's Ningguang! Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests.
Oh no, it's nothing.
I'm glad you like it too. This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to constantly extend it. At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations.
See, and this, like, you know, we were talking about earlier, like, yeah, the Adepti probably underestimate the humans a little, but holy shit, Ningguang.
Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
I mean, it's not that shocking.
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait! Was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhong Ballista, yes?
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude.
Okay, is everyone at Wangshu in there just to, like, spy on Xiao? I don't know if they've ever really answered that. Or, like, are they working with Xiao? Like, I don't know.
Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest. Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings.
Chicken nugget? Are you having chicken nuggets? Oh, you missed it. I had some last night. I made dinosaur chicken nuggets on stream. You know, to fuel my hunger. Oh dear. They are in my fridge, and today when I went grocery shopping, I bought some fries so I could use my Arby's sauce next time. I don't think that the Jade Chamber is the highest place anymore. I don't know.
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War.
Yeah.
Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7.
I have to say, you missed my my rant about Arataki Ito earlier. I had to express my frustration earlier about him.
You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the Seven changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the Seven will not collapse simply because of that. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before.
I wonder, though. Because, as we know, Zhongli's not actually dead. Will there truly be another Lord of Geo? Like, are the people of Liyue just sitting around expecting another Lord of Geo now? Because they're not going to get one. Because from my understanding, like, because Zhongli is not dead, like, yeah, he doesn't have his Gnosis anymore. He's still around, so I don't think another god will pop up.
Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? Of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions? That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
What do you think, Traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Well answered.
Huh?
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete, so please, this way.
Climb up that door.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
Yeah, this is my alt account. I made it a while ago, but I really just now played on it. The goal of the alt account is to just wish whenever I have enough primos, specifically on like characters that I don't have on my main account. Yeah. And to record all of the lore and stuff again. So, because I have so much of it done on my main account that I wanted to play again. I don't know, for now, a lot of the events will probably still be done on my main account just because my characters are leveled on there. But, yeah, so this account, right now, I have Zhao, and I have Diluc, and that's kind of it. Because I think the one that you have the friendship on is my main. Because I think I just have a real life friend of mine on this account. Got some stuff from Beidou. have some more stuff to read.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Naturally.
And for more information about this count, it is AR 28 right now. So.
Ooh, isn't this that legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, Traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that.
So, it's really high AR already because I have everything in Mondstadt but Stormterror's Lair cleaned out. Like, this wasn't on stream, this was actually before I was streaming. I went exploration crazy and did all of Mondstadt but Stormterror's Lair in like one night. I haven't touched Liyue at all because I was really pondering. My original goal when I made the account before I started streaming was to 1x1 do each area. But now that I'm streaming it, I'm kind of like, maybe I want to do like all of the main story first, and then after the fact, clean through the areas. It's hard to make a decision though. Because I did the areas 1x1 on my main account, but it wasn't really like while I was doing the Archon quest for them. It was after. I mean, Sumeru it was, but that's because I was so late to doing it.
If possible, I'd like to have your trust. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Keqing... You'd pick Keqing? Nah, I had a feeling.
I've already expressed my dedication in for the standpoint that my main account has everything but the newest Fontaine region and the lower chasm 100% explored. Now I have some like quests and stuff to clean up, but I go through periods where I get really like, I'll just sit here for hours and explore.
I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power. Indeed. It seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
It's all right. I like direct people.
Well, Paimon is pretty direct.
Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this? You can pick any one object here as you please, and you may take it with you.
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that! Let's see, what should we get? One of the sheets on that wall! Don't look at Paimon like that! One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail. Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for. Let's grab one! The biggest one! Huh? Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one. La 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 la. Let's see what's written on it. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here. Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui, research, copy. Huh? Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all. This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue, spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Archon's body and whatnot. But research on the Sigil of Permission? Paimon wonders what they're up to. Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out. Oh, you really think so? Well, should we not go then? Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for ourselves. That's way out of Paimon's league. Paimon thinks she's been nothing but good to us. Anyway, we'll see if you're onto something.
I mean, but technically speaking, Child has also been nothing but good to us, and he's paid us a bunch of money. Like, if we're being all technical about this, like, nobody has been bad to us. That's kind of the whole point. They're all manipulating us. Ningguang, Child, Zhongli, even the Adepti. I don't think they're necessarily, like, manipulating us in the same way. But they want to get what they want. And they clearly recognize that us taking their side will help us get what they want. Everyone's manipulating us.
Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
I don't think there's any more books.
This gives good insight.
I feel like I remember this fight not going well in my main account in the first playthrough. But at the same time, I also feel like I remember some of those fights on the Guizhong Ballista not going well. So maybe it's a sign that I've learned something. Oh my god. Okay.
Let's go.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper. And they look really mad at us too.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Stay right there.
Lament!
Let's end this quickly.
Worthless! Worthless! Worthless!
It's time for a virtuous time. Was it a set?
Windblade!
Frozen food. This is bad.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Shield to the bone.
Verdict is...
It's cooked. Disgusting.
Midnight Phantasmagoria! Prepare to be blown away!
Loneliness of death.
Windblade! By royal decree!
Worthless!
Not breaking a sweat.
Here! Worthless!
My duty.
Here!
Shao. You gotta get you something to eat.
Load of this. Eat up.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Roast and fry. You need to hurry up. This one's well done. Roast and fry. Burn. This one's well done. You need to hurry up.
By royal decree! Be gone!
Roast and fry.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever night from day!
This one's well done. Roasted fry! You need to hurry up!
Windblade!
This one's well done! Roasted fry! You need to hurry up!
Oh, it's revealed! Oh, goodness gracious!
This one's well done!
Evil conquering!
Roasted fry!
Here! Worthless!
An unfortunate fault!
There are so many talismans here.
That
and some
was the
stacks
fight
of
I
blank
remembered
paper
being
too.
bad.
What are they for? Paimon's seen this pattern before, but where? Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Suspicious. Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the Sigil of Permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous. And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhang Li soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
We gotta go heal up a little. Yeah. We took some injury, but I had a feeling that it could be more helpful than I thought.
I'll take care of it.
Oh wait, I'm pretty sure this has a
Let's finish
pyro
this, swiftly.
A cryo flower. I can't talk.
Reduced to just standing around.
Okay. God forbid I stand still for like 3 seconds with Xiao. No, like I just need to stay on the Traveler because she doesn't have such annoying voice lines.
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. Yeah, her take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. She thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart, though they are both members of the Qixing. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her, then?
Why, Mora, of course.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui. Always be on your guard.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Dihua Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingce Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all.
God forbid.
Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens to human song. Before the Archon War, Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was flooded, turning it into the marsh you see now. Nearly all the glaze lilies were wiped out. Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few people know that glaze lilies may still be found in the wild. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of everlasting incense. But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. That's correct. Your singing will surely bring out the strongest fragrance from the flowers.
So how good is your singing? Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
We'll only know once she starts singing.
It's time to sing, whenever you're ready. Da 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 da. What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue? Windblade!
That actually went well.
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can of these petals.
and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately, no.
That's so lame.
Excuse me. Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey! It's... What's-her-face? Paimon can't remember.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name. Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Huh. Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude now?
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
So can the Adepti, like, not sense that Zhongli is Rex Lapis? Like, has he done something to make it so they can't sense that? That's a good question. You'd think at the very least Ganyu would know his little human form thing. Just because she's in town all the time. But I suppose not.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard. Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7.
Okay.
The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago.
Can't remember if Raiden Shogun's sister was the original Archon War winner for Inazuma. Okay, this says that the whole Pyro Archon and whether it's their original is unclear. This is confusing because the wiki says that the Raiden Shogun's sister was one of the original 7. Maybe I'm just misremembering because I thought as far as I knew, nobody knew that she and the Raiden Shogun... I mean, obviously, like, people knew that she and the Raiden Shogun were different people, but, like, there's not, like, common knowledge, but...
Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
I mean, in terms of even the current 7, that definitely is a merely, because we know that Zhongli, 6,000 years old, but we know that Li Wei's founding was 3,700 years ago. So he's been god that long. Barbatos isn't that far behind him. I don't think there's an actual, like, given age for him. And from what I just read on the wiki, we know that the Raiden Shogun A and her twin sister were around during the Archon War. At least that is what the wiki seems to be under the impression of. And obviously nobody knows that Furina isn't Focalors. But I can't remember how long Focalors was in charge. Might have to look at that. And then we don't know a lot about the Tsaritsa, but we do know that she is around for at least a somewhat significant time period before the Cataclysm, because Venti has some lines about they used to get along. And we don't know anything about the Pyro Archon, but at least currently, I believe lore-wise, everyone's under the impression it's Murata. Let me look at this. Murata. However, it's unclear as if that's actually true, but if it is Murata, then we know she's at least 1,000 years old, because in the comics, Venti talks about her during the time of Vanessa, which is a significant period before the Cataclysm. So that leaves yeah, I mean that really just leaves Murata the Pyro Archon, but okay, this says Focalors is only 500 years old. So I'm guessing they just haven't gone back and retconned this then. Yeah, they definitely haven't retconned this. Because if they'd gone and made changes, it's known from my memory of the Fontaine Quest that Focalors is only from the Cataclysm. Like, I'm pretty sure we've known since at the very least Sumer, the 3.0, I think we've known that the Hydro Archon died in the Cataclysm and there was a new one. But, and this is something I pointed out yesterday when I did this whole quite the quest to pick up the kite and, like, the kite for Fontaine and Natlin and Snezhnaya were, like, not described basically at all because they had no clue what they were going to write for them at that point. But at this point, I think they at the very least had Dendro in the works, so they would have known that Nahida is only 500.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Sorry, that was me going off about lore.
Huh? This is a little sudden. As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis.
I've got a secret for you. A lot of this knowledge comes from just reading a fuck ton of Genshin Impact fanfiction. Genshin fanfiction, I've read through the wiki multiple times, and the Genshin lore subreddit. It's where it's at. Because, like, a lot of these things you would miss, even just playing the game, because a lot of it isn't outright stated, or it's later it's out, or, like, they, like, hint at it early in the game, and then later they say something that if you remember them hinting at it, all of a sudden it makes sense, but half the time it's been so long since you've played the original hint that it doesn't make sense anymore. But yeah, I have consumed a lot of Genshin Impact content.
But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex Lapis and the city of Liyue during the Archon War.
See, and that's what makes me even more think they haven't come back and fixed some of these lines, because she would know that Focalors was also only 500. Because it is not, like, a secret. It's not like the whole, like, Nahida is Ruka Devata where nobody knows. Like, I'm pretty sure there was a Oceanid event at some point before I started playing that revealed that people thought, like, because people originally, when Fontaine was coming out, thought the whole plot line was going to be about Focalor and the original Hydro Archon who died, and they thought it was going to be this whole thing where, like, Focalor had killed the Hydro Archon, or people suspected she did, but then that didn't, as far as I know, that pretty much does not come up at all in the actual Fontaine Archon quest, which is the funniest shit ever, because all the predictions for Fontaine were about that for the longest time. And it did cut, like, you did talk about Jeria, the original Hydro Archon, in that very last desert region. But it is so hilarious to me that that was not the plot of it at all. This is so funny. I also think it's so funny that we basically got no images of Egeria, the original Hydro Archon.
After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day. Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself. Here.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local Liyue ballad to it.
But yeah, if you want to know if you have any other lore questions, feel free to ask me and I'll reveal if I know things.
Wow, so you really know your stuff too. Thanks, Gunyu.
I'd love to talk about Genshin lore.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already.
Okay, who created the Aranara? I don't think that's ever been, like, revealed. No, wait. Okay. I was wrong. Is Rukkhadevata. I think she made the R&R. Because this... Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty positive it was Rukkhadevata who made the R&R. Let me double check that. Okay, the wiki backs me up on that. She created them, and for a time they called her Queen.
Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
See, in that R&R thing, that's one of the ones that they're not... I mean, I think they reference it, but it's not, like, super important to the plot of them.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all.
That's because so much of this stuff is obviously very Cataclysm focused, just because the Cataclysm is going to be the important thing for basically anything that happens in the game.
Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Are we ready? Okay, before we go to fight Childe and stuff, I'm gonna stop and go to the bathroom and grab my water. So we'll want time. We'll want time for this. kind of upset with myself. I should have brought something I could just pop in the oven for dinner, but instead I bought a bunch of stuff to cook in the skillet. So I can't like throw it in while I'm streaming and eat it on stream. I'd have to actually take time to go make it.
Oh, how exciting!
I mean, technically I could cook and have my headset on and just talk while I cook if we're all cool with that. There'd just be nothing on screen but Genshin. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, we'll do cooking stream. I'll just have to be really careful because I'll have to like be holding my controller. Okay. We're gonna cook. Let me see what I have that won't take a ton of time. We're gonna cook chicken lo mein. And I figured out a way to not have to hold the controller. We just won't discuss where I've put the controller. This is what the female body was made to do. Gotta let my pan heat up for like 2 minutes. So if you have any other questions for me, now's a great time to ask. Lore questions, lore about me that isn't too personal. Life advice questions. I mean, I don't think I give great life advice, but you never know. Just a minute, I saw there was a question, but I gotta dump out the food into my little bowl skillet. Make sure the sauce pieces are on the bottom so they melt. Let that sit for 4 minutes. This should take in total 10 minutes to cook. Okay, why is the controller placed out of there everywhere? Because it's the... Okay, so my headset is connected to... I play on PlayStation. So my headset is connected to the bottom of my PlayStation controller. So in order to have the headset on and functioning, I have to have the controller like on me basically. It's not that long of a cord, so that's why we had to place the controller. Previous Archon before Zhongli? No, because there were no Archons before the Archon War. Now, Liyue had a shit ton of gods running around. Ningguang talked about the Gulong Forest is spears where he killed some gods there, but a lot of them he brought their bodies there to throw the spears in, and this gets revealed later, but it's because God's body is like put out this substance that's harmful, and also they can come back to life, as we'll see with Osile. So there technically wasn't an Archon before Zhongli. He is the original Archon. basically he and Barbados are the original Archons. But that's just in the same way there's no Archon before Venti either. But like I said, there were gods before him. As for where Celestia is on the map...
I do worry about the...
It is... Let me get there. It is in this area. If you stand up here, you can get a really good sight. The leaks for the next region are set to be this area, this general area. So we'll probably see underneath it. But yeah, it's... So, lore-wise, they keep saying that it's floating above Fontaine. But if you actually look at it on the map, it's really not. It's like floating right in between Fontaine and Shenyu Vale. But that could also just be because it's so high in the air that you can't really get a good feel for where it is. So it could, I guess, be over Fontaine, and it just doesn't seem like it from how high in the air it is. But yeah, it's like right there. I will say, before everything came out, Fontaine, I did really wonder if they would have the map open up underneath Fontaine. I thought they'd leave this whole area, or like at least a little area under it, but it doesn't appear like that on the map leaks. And also, I guess it makes sense. I think people thought they wouldn't open up the map right underneath it because they thought there'd be like something underneath it. But again, based on the leaks, it doesn't appear that there's like... I mean, it appears there's stuff under it. Obviously, this new open map area is not just all water, but it's not something like Celestia's here. Like, it's not something so vital that they need to keep it from us until the end game, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's important, and from my understanding, it's probably related to Celestia or Conria, but from my understanding, it's just not, they're not going to reveal something so important. But they also probably don't want to have this weird piece of the map just gone. I always had a feeling that they'd open it up. Have I ever played Genshingle? What is that? I have not. It's just like just guessing. Okay, it's like Wordle. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Okay, it is a Sumeru character. It's not going well. I have one more guess left. Oh, I did get it. I got it on the very last one. Mine was Farazan. No, I've never played Wordle or anything like that. You would think I would. You would think based on like my hobbies and interests and stuff that would be something I'm really into, but I think I'd eventually get bored of that just because they give you the hints of like, okay, it is someone from this region and like it is or isn't someone with this. No, the food I'm cooking is in my skillet. So that's why there's a lot of noise. If it had been oven food, I would have been able to like put it in and just left it there while I was playing and eventually gone and gotten it. But I didn't really think it through, and everything I grabbed from the store for this week is skillet food, because I'm really on a P.F. Chang's kick. And so I've got this chicken lo mein, and then I've got beef and broccoli, chicken pad thai, Mongolian beef, and fried rice, and then of course my dino nuggets. Just got one more minute on this food. That was my bad. I set the controller down and it completely fell off my counter. But yes, you did hear dino nuggies. But I had them last night. So I don't really want to have them again tonight. Yeah, but if I let you have the dino nuggies, then I won't be able to have the dino nuggies later. I don't have them a lot. They're kind of my go-to food if I don't, like, have anything else to eat. Alright. I just gotta clean off my skillet and then I'll be back to Genshin Contact. I have to say, I'm really into cooking things in my skillet. I like a good skillet meal. Now, the chicken nuggets I make in my air fryer. Because I also like the air fryer. Okay. How do I want to do this? Okay. Set my laptop up somewhere else.
Well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
decide what I want to do here.
I'll take care of it.
Stick with Barbara.
Go, Barbara, go! Huh? What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millelith and the Fatui?
How often do I go
This
on this
atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened. We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Before this, not a lot. So I made this account in November.
La, da, 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 da.
And I played on it for like 2 days in order to clear everything I had for Mondstadt. But all I got through was... So I got this part of Mondstadt, but then I only got to through the very first act of the Mondstadt Archon quest, and then I'd set
Everyone
aside,
is working super hard. We should be too.
and I took a break from Genshin for like 2 months, so I wasn't even really playing on my main account. So I definitely wasn't playing on this one. And then I started streaming, and when I started streaming, I was like, now would be a great time to start logging in to this account, because I could actually record, like, a bunch of content on it. But yeah, until now, I didn't get on often. It's more I still didn't get on super often, is because in order to stream, I have to change which PlayStation account my Twitch is linked to every time I want to stream on this account. And then, like, if I want to go play Assassin's Creed or on my main Genshin account, I have to switch back which PlayStation account it is.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
I do play without streaming. So I don't play this account without streaming, but I play a lot on my main account without streaming. Like, I get on and do daily stuff, and I don't stream that. And now that I'm streaming on this account, I don't really plan to stream any more quest content, like Archon quests and world quests and stuff like that. Because with this account, I was able to start pretty much from the beginning. So it makes more sense to stream on this one. So I think going forward, my main account will be for, like, when new areas open up, looking at those, and also the events. I think I'll just keep streaming the events on my main account just because my characters are built. And I also will stream, like, me building the characters on that account, because I have more characters on that account. Now, I will say, like, the other game I'm playing,
You're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume.
I don't play that without streaming. Not because I don't want to, but because, like, not because I don't want to play it, I'm only playing it for stream, but because I want to record me playing it. Like, I started streaming not really to get viewers, but to have recordings of myself playing games, which seems stupid because you can just watch other people play games. But I wanted recordings of me playing it.
The Millelith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millelith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng funeral parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control for the moment.
Why is Hu Tao, like, beefing with people at the gates of Liyue? Okay.
Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Whew. Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
Alright, it is time. I've decided it. I'm gonna... I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should take Barbara or Noelle. Because in the second account, in the second phase of the whole boss fight, like when we go against Osile, it'll be raining. So she won't be really useful there. But obviously she can heal people. I think I have to go with her. Yeah, and that would be my other option, but A, Noelle doesn't really cause any reactions with people that I have. And B, she just doesn't heal as well. And so, like, she'd be good for Zhao, but not necessarily the other characters. What I'm worried about is that Child is just gonna, like, one-shot us. Like, I can take him easily in my regular accounts. But that's, I have, like, Zhongli and Kokomi. Like, it's not...
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna have to do it. If it doesn't work, we'll grab Noelle, and I think I'll run around and do some ley lines really quick.
Wow! This is the Golden House?
Well, and you can't help because this is the main quest, so I don't think I can co-op with that. I can co-op the regular fight.
It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Teyvat's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing. Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
Huh?
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Qixing are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a Harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there? Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it. This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with the Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint. Try this. Guess I should take you more seriously. Haha, good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
Shadow Raven, let night fall!
All you do
No
is
rest
run.
for the wicked. Right.
Useless. I'll protect us.
Okay, so we got through that part.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected! Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now! I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
This is very cool for me.
This is going to cost you! You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. And the Gnosis is over. Now! Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it!
Boring!
La 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 la. Prepare to be blown away!
Get out of my way! Useless!
You're cut above.
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Little freak.
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the Foul Legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Well, now that we're done fighting, I'm real cool with calling you my bestie. We can be besties now, child.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
But it's the way we're gonna make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
I mean, I think it's obvious that Zhongli was the Archon, but I definitely think they made it slightly less obvious than they made Venti. Oh my god, Venti is so obvious. Yeah, he's a ginger. Did you not know Child was a ginger? He's like one of the only canonical gingers. There's very few NPCs with ginger hair. And then, like, I don't think Diluc counts as a ginger.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process.
So, some of the hate is also because his voice actor is quite the character. I mean, definitely not as controversial as some of the other voice actors. His English voice actor, to be specific. Not as controversial as, obviously, some of the other voice actors, especially, like, former voice actors, but he's said some interesting things. And also, he just really plays into some of the, fanon ideas of Child, like the whole hey girly concept.
The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyan's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity... Do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How could an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission!
Question, and this is just a me question, I suppose. These sigils of permission, like, they're not real. How is he able to fake the sigils? Like, I understand they put, like, writing on it and stuff, but that shouldn't make an actual sigil of permission. You need, like, the Adeptal stuff. Like, how did they do that?
Oh, Paimon remembers now! The Fatui have been researching them!
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa. Breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Like, you would think the Adepti would immediately be like, yeah, that's not a real sigil of permission, you little bitch.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
Loading screen, loading screen. We're definitely not making it to Inazuma today.
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has...
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millelith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Qixing, Millelith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not necessarily.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now. Yep. Yep.
3 Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you? One wishes to witness.
Shouldn't get careless. You need to hurry up.
I'll protect us. By royal decree.
I see through you. Don't be a killjoy. We've only just miscalculated.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Here! Let's end this quickly!
Worthless!
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We kill them!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy. That light from your body. It's like the time until you come.
My duty.
Whoa! It's Madame Ping's shockwave. This green's really strong.
My work. Plasma. This isn't good. End this quickly.
I'll protect us.
Let's move.
With the blood of the Chilian, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
You really are going very fast.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
Wings of darkness! Help! Sever night from day!
Caution! I fear that the god's power has reached its peak!
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
I can't! Miscalculated. Huh. This isn't good. I guess.
Look at me.
Not way. Finished.
Over here. The sun's shine. Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Look at me. More. The Fatui's numbers are thinning.
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
We've done it. I was just standing in a
interlopers
bad
are no
place
more. Now we may
when they
commit
told me not
ourselves
to
fully.
get hit. New question.
It's working!
How did the
We
Fatui
just
get
need
up
to keep
here?
this up!
I mean, we saw they came through portals. Oh my god. But as far as we've seen, nobody else has had the power for portals or anything, so it's just like Fatui That's right, Jiao. Save your lady.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Give me a second for this, because I think it's going to put me in a cutscene, and then I'll answer that real quick.
Is it finally over?
Okay, I lied. So it's not a cutscene, but I am going to go put my food away, and then I'm going to come back and answer. But I don't want to have my headset on while I do that. Okay, which 4-star character do you think is the best story-wise and strength-wise? I think I've already kind of pointed out Ningguang. Obviously, the big Ningguang problem is because they just don't put a lot of character into her. Like, I mean, she has a character, obviously. She has a personality and stuff, but just not very strong. I don't think she has a hangout event. I guess Jade Chamber Rising is kind of the closest you get, but I think she would need a lot more lore-wise to become a 5-star. And her kit's not... It's not bad. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad. And obviously it would be way beefed up if she were a 5-star. So I don't think it would be an awful... I don't think she'd be an awful 5-star if they just boosted her kit and then gave her story stuff. Strength-wise, I mean, there's the very obvious, like, Bennett and Zhongling and Xingqiu. Obviously, people think those characters should be 5 stars, so I'm not really going to count them. Let me think of characters in other places. Let me just pull up a list of 4-star characters. Okay. I think... Yeah, I think Ningguang's kind of your strongest one. Ningguang. The only one that's like close for me is Yanfei, but Klee is there, so they're not gonna make Yanfei, obviously. And then story-wise, oh, Layla's really good too. Not story-wise, but kit-wise. She's pretty good, and Charlotte has decent kit. Story-wise, I don't know. I think they could have pulled Gaming off as a 5-star. Okay, and then which 4-star characters do you think deserve to be? Okay, cover that. And then best story-wise. Gaming had a good story. The problem is it was all in an event. I think Yao Yao could have an interesting story. They just haven't given her much of it, but yeah. Kaveh had a good story, but again, it was in an event. Lynette has a good story. Kuki has a good story, and both of them are permanent content stories. Because that's some of the problem, is some of these characters, like, they've got backgrounds, but I'll be honest, I don't think any of the Mondstadt characters have of the 4-stars have particularly stunning backstories and, like, character stuff, with the exception of Kaya. But Kaya is an exception because he has the comics. And he's obviously very connected to Conria. But it makes sense that a lot of those early characters aren't as strong just because it was early days. But I think, like, of your initial characters for Mondstadt and Liyue, I think Kaya is the strongest story-wise. But you kind of have to dig to get that story. I think some of your weakest ones are characters like Hazo, who never shows up in anything. Sara kind of has a semi-decent story introduced in the Archon quest, but then she never shows up in anything, so it's all for nothing. Sucrose basically has no story. I mean, she does in, like, her little description thing, but the characters with that hangout events and stuff basically have no content. Like, if you think about Gaming, if you had not played that event, if I had not played Lantern right, he would just be, like, a character that has not showed up in anything. Permanent content-wise.
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
And even those characters that I said, like, kit-wise deserve to be probably 5 stars, none of them have great backstories. Let's be honest. I mean, Xingqiu is probably your strongest, but that's not fair. He has a whole story quest. Zhongling has a story quest, but I mean, it tells you a little bit about her character, but you really get nothing, like, backstory or anything like that, and it's not. I'd say Xingqiu's story quest tells you way more about him than Zhongling tells you about hers. And then I've played Bennett's Hangout event, and it's basically just Bennett has bad luck. Like, I think he has this cool story with, like, he was adopted by the Adventurers Guild. Like, I think that's such a fun story, but they do nothing with it. But that's just true of pretty much all the 4-star. Oh, you know who I forgot having a really strong story? Kale. I take everything I said back. Kale, story-wise, has the best story. But like Kaya, so much of it comes from the comics. Like, it's all from a lot of it's from the comics, but even in the Archon quest, it's, like, really well brought up. So I think her and Kaya are my 2 top contenders for best 4-star story. And then I think, like, canonical power-wise, Ningguang is your strongest contender, but there's, like, nothing. Like, she's a rich lady who wants to defend Liyue. Couldn't tell you anything else about Ningguang. Oh, she needs sleep potions. There's a lot of fan fiction about her and Beidou. I can tell you that. She's friends with Beidou.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Getting a whole bunch of people joining this stream.
Forebears, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
Joined. Finishing up the Liyue quest. I know the stream title says, "Can we make it to Inazuma?" and that's a strong no. We are not making it to Inazuma today. God, I wish.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
Oh God, now we're bringing up religious dreams.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity.
Rude.
As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
As you should.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of Contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Okay. Is this someone, like, commonly causing a problem? Should I be expecting that I'll receive some sort of friend request from them?
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too?
That's freaky.
Paimon doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's going.
I will
Let's ask for him at Wangcheng Funeral Parlor.
Not to accept any. I usually don't accept anything except from people that I, like, am expecting to Discord friendly, so.
Is there anything I can do for you two?
I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
And with that, the fate of the Wuhua Brotherhood
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that.
Oh, hot take. I don't think Senora's coming back. I know a lot of people, I don't know if they necessarily believe it, but they like to bring up the little conspiracy theory that she's going to return, and I think she's dead. And I think it's better that she's dead. And that sounds really bad, but here's why. That was I mean, obviously Teppei died before her, and that is very emotional for the Traveler. But I think that her death really, shook the Traveler. I mean, you see that when the Traveler's, kind of freaking out after she dies and she's walking away from Tenshikaku. And I think that if she comes back, that just kind of takes away from the whole storyline of that. Look, the Raiden Shogun killed her. I think she's dead. Yet he has a rat tail in the back. He and Toma, a couple other characters, but he and Toma are the prominent ones. They've got rat tails.
Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end.
Don't worry, we're besties now, Child.
Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Lyra goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You've finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart.
The Traveler still looks pissed as hell. She has no empathy for this man.
Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. Indeed I was. The Gnosis, which I had kept for so many years, suddenly seemed to have lost its meaning. That's right. Which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all!
Ha! On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
We still don't know. To this day. I assume it'll all come out when we deal with Snezhnaya. That specifically. I mean, the other ones obviously weren't really contracts.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we've spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
How dare you talk about Child like that?
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millelith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Hear ye all, the Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are there speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
Man, there are way more people.
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan.
Pretty much no one showed up for the funeral.
Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Whoa.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
That's a classic. It's like one of the few times she talks. I wish they had them talk more. That's one of the things I really like about Assassin's Creed, is that when you select your lines for Cassandra, they have her read them out. And I don't need like every line read out, but even if it was just in the voice acted quests, I wish they would.
Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
As for the mortals and Adepti of Liyue, what shape shall our relationship take from now on?
Swear? What? I'm confused.
Hey, Zhongli!
Oh. I also just had a real funny moment because pretty sure in this cutscene that was like what Dragonspine originally looked like.
Look at this! Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years?
Yeah, that's, I'm almost positive, original Dragonspine in the background.
Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon, so I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Can't believe Paimon doesn't refer to Zhongli as a parasite more often.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor.
Except that's not true. Gods don't give out visions.
This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
I don't know why they put that in, because that's not canon. Technically. From my understanding, Neuvillette does give Furina her vision. But it's also my understanding that the gods themselves don't, like, personally, like, they're not just, like, constantly watching over people and being like, oh, hey, you deserve a vision. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
I mean, it kind of is, because from my understanding also, there have been no Electrovisions given out in the last year at this point.
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Childe.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Childe did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui.
I guess I must be wrong, because the wiki doesn't... say anything about that, but I could have sworn there was talk that it wasn't like fully the gods giving out visions, but I guess I was wrong.
Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Keqing is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
And it was never brought up again.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience. I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Yay! I'm just gonna see. I'm just gonna clean up Leeway stuff, I think, before and do all the bookkeepers. So it might be a while before we go to Inazuma. Because I think I want to clean up, obviously not all tonight, but I kind of think I want to do Jade Chamber Rising. Obviously I have to do We Will Be Reunited. And then I think I will do the Chasm. And Chenyu Vale, but I haven't decided, and another dance, and probably a teapot to call home, but I haven't decided if I'm going to stream myself doing Chenyu Vale again, because I did technically stream myself playing it the first time, but that was before I had any followers. So it would kind of make sense to stream it again. Okay. Let's do some wishing. Yeah, I have never gone a stream in recent times, and I know Peter's been watching, and it's kind of fun.
As the saying goes, you never truly...
Ooh. Just who I wanted. That's actually really good, because I didn't particularly want Dory. I think she also wants defense. But no, I don't want Dory, but I got... Yeah, I got really lucky with 4 stars. What am I looking for? Okay, he wants defense as well. I'm right in that she wants defense, right? Yes. But no, I've been really lucky with my artifacts that I have so far. And next round is all good people. It's Barbara, who we want constellations of, and Xingqiu, but I don't know if I'll use him because I used to use him a lot on my main. And I'm hoping for Yanthe. I do have a schedule. It should be up on my Twitch page. I usually stream Monday nights from 6 to 10, Wednesday nights from 6 to 10, and Sunday nights from 6 to 10. And then from time to time, if I have time, I'll stream it other times. Currently I have games assigned to those times, but I kind of just play what I want to play. Like this week, I don't know if there'll be any additional streams. So right now the next stream is set to be Assassin's Creed, but I actually think I'm gonna play on this account instead for a little bit. Like I said, I think for the next week or two, I'm gonna focus on this account. So I'll stream a lot of that. This week I have some essays due for classes, so I probably won't do any extra streams. But after this week, I won't really have a lot of assignments left, and so then I can afford to do more extra streams. Like, technically I have time on Thursday night to stream. I just don't feel like it half the time when I come home. But yeah, the next stream will probably just be more of this. But yeah, you can friend request me. One of these days on my main account, I want to do a stream where I fish a bunch, so maybe I can co-op on that. I can't remember. I can't remember if I do shit for this teapot quest.
Children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Okay. What do I think about Paimon? Let me think about this and get to the end of this cutscene, and then I'll talk about it.
Indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I'd doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny.
I forgot Yanfei was actually in some of my content.
I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yanfei, I believe you've already heard of the Traveler and her traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millelith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millelith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millelith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui, before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Qixing. What a shame. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Man, this is going on forever. I'll just answer the question now. Who do I think or what do I think Paimon is? Okay. Deep down inside, I'm pretty sure they've hinted enough that she is in some way going to be connected to Celestia, whether she's knowingly spying on us or like unknowingly, like sleeper agent, like they can see us through her. However, I think that is the route they're gonna go. Kind of wish it wasn't. There's part of me that just really is like, I want this game to turn out where it's all like Paimon was just a very normal creature who was guiding us through Teyvat. There's nothing weird about her. Like, I kind of want it to end that way, but I feel like they've been hinting that it's not that way. But as I talked about earlier with Fontaine, everyone that felt they were hinting that the Fontaine quest was going to be about the old Hydro Archon and Furina's involvement in her death, and like nothing came of that. So it could all just be one big red herring, and she turns out to be a very normal companion. But I feel like she is, deep down, I feel like she is somehow connected. But I don't really get, there's conspiracy theories in Genshin that I get invested in. But some of the bigger ones I just don't, because I just don't find enjoyment in it.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krustle. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
This was a whole ass quest. Okay. We're gonna come back at a later date and do that.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Yay on AR-18. think that's gonna be me for the night, because I still have to get onto my main account and go do dailies on there. I'm not gonna do a daily quest to stay on this one. I don't have it in me. But I'll be back.
All tasks
on
have been
Wednesday
handed out.
night.
How relaxing.
Have a good night. Good luck on AR grinding.
Hey, who's that skulking around?
To me, stop